Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the rolling hills of the Shire, where hobbits had lived in peaceful bliss for generations, an ominous change crept over the land like a silent fog. The once vibrant green of Shire's End began to fade, its flowers wilting and streams running murky. Whispers of dark magic and ancient curses spread from one hobbit hole to another, carried on winds that no longer smelled of pipeweed and freshly baked bread, but of decay and fear. It was on a particularly gloomy morning that young Finbo Fairburn's life changed forever. The sun, obscured by an unnatural haze, cast weak rays upon the withering garden outside his family's cozy smile. Finbo, a hobbit of barely 33 years, with curly chestnut hair and bright hazel eyes, stood at his round door, his bare feet shuffling nervously on the worn threshold. "Finbo, lad," called out old Milo, his neighbor, hurrying up the path with a worried frown creasing his weathered face. "Have ye seen what's become of the party tree? It's turned as black as night, it has." Before Finbo could respond, a figure emerged from the mist-shrouded road, tall and cloaked in gray, with a staff of gnarled wood in hand. The stranger's presence sent a ripple of whispers through the gathering hobbits. "Eowyn the Wanderer," someone murmured in awe and trepidation. The wizard's piercing blue eyes scanned the crowd before settling on Finbo. With a voice like distant thunder, he proclaimed, "Finbo Fairburn, heir of the Guardians of the Shire, your time has come." A collective gasp rose from the hobbit. Finbo, stunned, felt the ground sway beneath his feet. "There must be some mistake," he stammered. "I'm just a simple hobbit, not a guardian of anything." Eowyn's eyes softened with a mixture of sympathy and urgency. "The blood of the ancient protectors flows through your veins, young Finbo. The shadow that plagues your land can only be banished by one of your lineage, wielding the lost elven amulet of Arundel." As if summoned by the wizard's words, a bone-chilling shriek echoed from the darkening woods beyond Shire's End. The hobbits huddled closer, their faces pale with fear. "The Nazgul," Eowyn growled. "They sense the awakening of your power, Finbo. We must make haste." Before he could protest, Finbo found himself swept up in a whirlwind of activity. His mother, tears glistening in her eyes, pressed a small pack into his hands and a kiss upon his brow. "It's true, my son," she whispered. "Your father spoke of this day, though we prayed it would never come." With a heavy heart and trembling legs, Finbo followed Eowyn out of the Shire, the cries of his fellow hobbits fading behind them. As they journeyed east, the wizard revealed more of Finbo's hidden heritage and the grave task that lay before them. The amulet of Arundel was forged in the First Age, Eowyn explained as they trekked through the old forest. It contains a sliver of the light of the Silmarils, powerful enough to drive back any darkness. But it was lost ages ago, hidden in the heart of the Misty Mountains. Finbo's mind reeled with legends come to life. But how can I, a simple hobbit, hope to find such a treasure? Eowyn's reply was cut short by the sudden appearance of a figure dropping from the trees before them. An elf, lithe and fair, with hair like spun silver and eyes that held the wisdom of millennia. "Thalian Moonwhisper," the wizard greeted with a nod. "I see the winds of fate have blown you to our path." The elf's gaze fell upon Finbo, curiosity and skepticism warring in her expression. "This is the one? He seems small for such a great destiny." Finbo bristled at her words, surprising himself with a surge of indignation. "I may be small, my lady, but hobbits have a strength that often goes unnoticed by the big folk." A smile tugged at Thalian's lips. "Perhaps there is more to you than meets the eye, young guardian. I shall accompany you on this quest, if you'll have me." Their journey took them through lands both fair and foul. In the shadow of Weathertop, they encountered Grimhand, a dwarf exile with a beard like fire and eyes hardened by loss. Initially distrustful of the elf and wary of the Hobbit, Grimhand nonetheless joined their company after Finbo saved him from a pack of wargs using nothing but his wits and a well-aimed stone. As they climbed the treacherous paths of the Misty Mountains, Finbo felt himself changing. The timid Hobbit, who had never ventured beyond the borders of the Shire, was fading, replaced by a determined guardian who felt the weight of his people's fate upon his shoulders. Their fellowship was tested in the depths of a long-forgotten dwarven mine, trapped by a cave-in and surrounded by the chittering sounds of goblins. Tensions flared. "This is folly," Grimhand growled, his axe gleaming in the dim light of Eowyn's staff. "We should never have trusted the words of an elf." Thalian's eyes flashed dangerously. "And I suppose a dwarf's stubbornness is preferable to elven wisdom?" As their bickering escalated, Finbo felt strange warmth in his chest. Acting on instinct, he placed a hand on the rocky wall, and to everyone's amazement, a soft green light began to pulse beneath his palm. "The blood of the guardians," Eowyn whispered in awe. "It resonates with the very earth itself." Following the trail of ethereal light, they discovered a hidden passage that led them deeper into the mountain's heart. There, in a chamber that seemed untouched by time, they found the amulet of Arundel. It hung suspended in a shaft of starlight that somehow penetrated the mountain's core, its radiance both beautiful and terrible to behold. But they were not alone in their discovery. A horde of ORCs, led by a towering Uruk-hai, burst into the chamber. "The Master of Shadows demands the amulet," the Uruk-hai snarled. "Surrender it, or die screaming." What followed was a battle that would be sung of in the halls of elves and dwarves for ages to come. Thalian's arrows found their marks with deadly precision, while Grimhand's axe cleaved through the ORC ranks like a hot knife through butter. Eowyn's magic lit up the cavern, turning stone to lava beneath the feet of their enemies. And at the heart of it all was Finbo, who had never wielded a weapon in his life, yet found himself moving with a grace and purpose he had never known. The amulet called to him, and as his fingers closed around it, a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced coursed through his veins. Light, pure and blinding, erupted from the amulet. The ORCs shrieked in agony, their corrupted forms unable to withstand its radiance. As the last echoes of battle faded, Finbo stood in awe of the power he now held. "The amulet has chosen you," Eowyn said solemnly. "But remember, young Finbo, great power comes with great responsibility." Their return journey to the Shire was fraught with danger. The forces of shadow, now aware of the amulet's awakening, hounded their every step. But with each challenge, their bond grew stronger. Thalian's aloof demeanor softened, Grimhand's gruff exterior cracked to reveal a loyal heart, and Finbo's courage blossomed like a flower reaching for the sun. As they crested the final hill overlooking Shire's end, their hearts sank. The once verdant land was now a wasteland of twisted trees and choking mist. At its center loomed a tower of obsidian, pulsing with malevolent energy. "The Master of Shadows," Eowyn growled. "He has made his move while we sought the amulet." Finbo felt fear threatened to overwhelm him, but then he looked at his companions, the elf, the dwarf, and the wizard who had become more than friends. They were now his family. Drawing strength from their presence, he squared his shoulders and held the amulet high. "Then it's time we showed him the true power of the light," Finbo declared, his voice ringing with a confidence that surprised even himself. The battle for Shire's End would become the stuff of legend. Eowyn's magic clashed with the dark sorcery of the Shadow Master, while Thalian and Grimhand fought back to back against waves of corrupted creatures. And at the heart of it all was Finbo, wielding the amulet with a skill that belied his lack of training. As the conflict reached its peak, Finbo found himself face to face with the Master of Shadows himself, a being of smoke and malice, with eyes like burning coals. For a moment, doubt crept into Finbo's heart. How could a simple hobbit hope to defeat such evil? But then he remembered the green hills of the Shire, the laughter of children, and the simple joys of a life well lived. With a cry that came from the very depths of his soul, Finbo raised the amulet high. Light exploded outward, a tidal wave of pure radiance that washed away the shadows and restored life to the blighted land. The Master of Shadows screamed in defiance, but his form dissolved like mist before the dawn. As the last tendrils of darkness faded, Finbo sank to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. Around him, the Shire began to heal. Flowers pushed through the soil, streams ran clear once more, and the joyous cries of hobbits filled the air. Eowyn placed a gentle hand on Finbo's shoulder. "You have done it, young guardian. The Shire is safe, thanks to your courage and the strength of the bonds you forged." Thalion and Grimhand, battered but unbowed, joined them. The elf's eyes shone with respect, while the dwarf's beard barely concealed a proud grin. "Not bad for a halfling," Grimhand chuckled. "Indeed," Thalion agreed softly. "You have proven that even the smallest person can change the course of the future." As the hobbits of the Shire emerged from their hiding places, gazing in wonder at their savior and his strange companions, Finbo realized that his adventure was not ending, it was only just beginning. For he was now Finbo Fairburn, guardian of the Shire, and protector of all that was good and green in Middle-earth. And so, as the sun set on a land renewed, casting its golden light over hobbit holes and ancient trees alike, a new chapter in the great tale of Middle-earth had been written, one that proved that in the darkest of times, hope could be found in the most unlikely of places, and that the light of friendship and courage could overcome any shadow. Story 2. In the shadow of Mount Erebor, where ancient stones whispered secrets of bygone eras, a tremor shook the very foundations of Middle-earth. Deep within the mountain's cavernous heart, eyes that had been closed for millennia suddenly flared open, burning with an otherworldly azure flame. Frostfire, the last of the great ice dragons, had awakened from his ageless slumber. The news spread like wildfire across the realms of men, dwarves, and elves. In the gilded halls of Minas Tirith, King Elisar's brow furrowed with concern. In the glittering caves of Erebor, King Thorin Stonehelm rallied his warriors. And in the mystical forests of lawful Rein, the last of the elves prepared for an exodus that none had foreseen. But in the small kingdom of Dorwinion, nestled between the Sea of Rohan and the river running, a different kind of turmoil brewed. Princess Eowyn Stormborn, named after the shield maiden of Rohan, but bearing the blood of the men of Dale, stood before her father's throne, her sapphire eyes blazing with determination. "Father, let me lead our forces against the dragon," she pleaded, her voice carrying the strength of the wind that whipped across the plains of her homeland. "I am your heir, trained in the arts of war and diplomacy." King Bard II, descendant of the legendary dragon's lair, shook his head solemnly. "Nay, Eowyn, the prophecy is clear. When Frostfire awakens, doom shall follow the Stormborn. You must be protected, not thrust into danger." Eowyn's hands clenched at her sides, frustration etched across her fair features. She was about to argue further when the great doors of the throne room burst open. A figure stumbled in, clothes tattered and face smeared with ash. Faramir, captain of the Dorwinian Guard and Eowyn's childhood friend. "My king," he gasped, dropping to one knee. "Frostfire has been seen flying towards the Grey Mountain. Villages are being decimated in his wake." The court erupted into chaos, but Eowyn stood still, a plan forming in her mind. As night fell and the castle slept fitfully, she donned her armor, strapped her father's sword to her hip, and slipped out of the palace. She had barely reached the stables when a voice called out, "I hope you weren't planning on leaving without me, Princess." Faramir emerged from the shadows, a wry smile on his face. Eowyn sighed, knowing argument was futile. "Very well, but we must make haste. We ride for Erebor." Their journey took them through lands both beautiful and perilous. They skirted the edge of Mirkwood, where ancient trees seemed to watch their every move. They crossed the desolation of Smog, a grim reminder of draconic fury. And finally, they stood before the great gates of Erebor, carved into the very face of the lonely mountain. King Thorin Stonehelm received them with a mixture of surprise and wariness. "Princess Eowyn, your reputation precedes you. But why have you come? Surely your father would not send his only heir into such danger." Eowyn met the dwarf king's gaze unflinchingly. "I come of my own accord, your majesty. I seek the sword of kings, the blade that slew Smog. Only with its power can we hope to defeat Frostfire." A murmur rippled through the assembled dwarves. Thorin stroked his beard thoughtfully. The sword lies in the deepest vault, guarded by ancient magics. None have wielded it since Bard the Bowman, but perhaps it is time for the blade to see the light of day once more. Their descent into the heart of Erebor was like a journey through time itself. They passed great halls carved with the history of the dwarven people, forges that burned with undying flame, and caverns filled with treasures beyond imagination. Finally, they stood before a door of mithril and gold, inscribed with runes of power. Only one of true nobility and pure heart may pass, Thorin intoned solemnly. Eowyn stepped forward, her hand outstretched. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like distant thunder, the door swung open. Within, bathed in an ethereal light, lay the Sword of Kings. As Eowyn's fingers closed around the hilt, a shock ran through her body. Visions flashed before her eyes: a great battle, a city in flames, and a shadowy figure controlling the dragon from afar. When she came to her senses, she found herself on her knees, gasping for breath. "What did you see?" Faramir asked, concern etched on his face. Eowyn's eyes were wide with realization. Frostfire is not our true enemy. Someone is controlling him, a sorcerer of great power. We must find them if we hope to end this threat. Their quest now had a new purpose. With the Sword of Kings in hand, and a company of Erebor's finest warriors at their back, Eowyn and Faramir set out towards the Grey Mountain. Along the way, they were joined by unlikely allies: Legolas, Prince of the Woodland Realm, and Gimli, son of Golin, their friendship a symbol of the unity needed to face the coming storm. As they journeyed north, the land grew increasingly desolate. Villages lay in ruins, fields were scorched, and an unnatural chill hung in the air. It was in one such abandoned village that they encountered their first real test. A band of ORCs, more organized and better armed than any seen since the War of the Ring, ambushed them in the night. The battle was fierce, with Eowyn wielding the Sword of Kings with a skill that belied her years. Legolas's arrows found their marks with unerring accuracy, while Gimli's axe cleaved through the enemy ranks. But it was Faramir who turned the tide. Cornered by the ORC captain, a brute twice his size, the captain of Dorwinion revealed a hidden talent. With a series of intricate hand gestures, he summoned a wall of earth that crushed his opponent. As the dust settled, all eyes turned to Faramir in amazement. "You never told me you were a wizard," Eowyn said, a hint of accusation in her voice. Faramir looked sheepish. "Half wizard, on my mother's side. I've always kept it hidden. Magic isn't looked upon kindly in Dorwinion." This revelation changed the dynamic of their group, but there was no time to dwell on it. The ORC's presence confirmed Eowyn's vision. Dark forces were indeed at work. Their path led them to the very peak of Scathis Lair, the tallest mountain in the range. There, in a fortress of ice and shadow, they found the source of their troubles: Morleth, the Shadowmancer, a sorcerer who had once been a student of Saruman before falling even deeper into darkness. The final battle was a symphony of steel, sorcery, and dragonfire. Frostfire, under Morleth's control, rained destruction from above, while the sorcerer himself wielded magic that threatened to tear reality asunder. Eowyn found herself face to face with the dragon, the Sword of Kings glowing with an inner fire. "I am not my ancestor," she shouted above the din of battle. "I do not seek to slay you, noble beast. Break free from the shadows that bind you." For a moment, the dragon's eyes cleared, a flicker of recognition passing through them. But Morleth's control was too strong, and Frostfire lunged at Eowyn with jaws that could crush mountains. It was then that Faramir made the ultimate sacrifice. Channeling every ounce of his hidden power, he created a barrier of pure energy between Eowyn and the dragon. The effort drained him, leaving him vulnerable to Morleth's attack. "Faramir!" Eowyn's anguished cry echoed across the battlefield. Seeing her oldest friend fall ignited a fire within her that burned hotter than any dragon's breath. With a battle cry that would be remembered in song for generations, Eowyn charged at Morleth. The Sword of Kings met the sorcerer's staff in a clash of light and shadow. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched. But Eowyn's blade was forged in righteousness and tempered by love for her people, her friends, and the man who had given everything to protect her. With a final, mighty blow, she shattered Morleth's staff and pierced his black heart. As the sorcerer fell, his control over Frostfire broke. The dragon reared back, shaking its massive head as if awakening from a long nightmare. Its eyes, no longer clouded by shadow, fixed upon Eowyn. To everyone's amazement, it bowed its head in a gesture of respect and gratitude. In the aftermath of the battle, as dawn broke over the gray mountains, Eowyn stood with her companions, battered but unbowed. Faramir, wounded but alive thanks to Legolas's healing skills, leaned on her shoulder. "What now, princess?" Gimli asked, his axe resting warily on the ground. Eowyn looked out over the lands that had been ravaged by war and shadow. "Now," she said, her voice filled with determination, "we rebuild. We heal the wounds of this land and forge alliances stronger than any darkness can break." As if in agreement, Frostfire let out a roar that shook the very mountain. The last of the great dragons had found a new purpose: protector rather than destroyer. And so, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the world in gold, a new chapter in the history of Middle-earth began. One where a princess became a queen, a hidden wizard found his place, and the races of the world stood united against the shadows that would always seek to divide them. For in this tale, as in all great stories, it was not the strength of arms alone that won the day, but the power of friendship, sacrifice, and the unyielding light of hope. Story 3. In the heart of the Misty Mountains, where ancient peaks pierced the clouds and whispered secrets to the stars, lay the hidden elven city of Allendale. For millennia, its crystalline spires had gleamed with an inner light, a beacon of beauty and wisdom in a world often shrouded in darkness. But on a fateful midsummer's eve, as the last rays of sunlight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, an eerie silence fell upon the city. Thorin Oakenshield III, a dwarven bard known more for his silver tongue than his axe arm, stood at the gates of Allendale, his heart heavy with foreboding. He had journeyed far from the halls of Erebor, drawn by rumors of a strange affliction that had befallen the elven realm. But nothing could have prepared him for the sight that greeted his eyes. Where once there had been life and movement, now stood perfectly preserved statues of crystal. Elves frozen in mid-step, their faces a mixture of surprise and terror. Children caught in eternal play, their laughter silenced by the cold, hard prison of their new forms. Even the leaves on the trees had turned to delicate shards, glittering ominously in the fading light. "By Durin's beard," Thorin whispered, his voice echoing in the unnatural stillness. "What sorcery is this?" As if in answer to his question, a soft blue glow emanated from the pouch at his waist. With trembling hands, Thorin extracted a small, intricately carved stone, the heart of the mountain, a family heirloom passed down through generations of Oakenshields. It pulsed with an urgency he had never felt before. "So, the rumors are true," a voice like silk over steel spoke from the shadows. "The dwarves still possess the key to our salvation." Thorin whirled around, his hand instinctively reaching for the lute on his back, a poor weapon, but the only one he had. From the mist emerged a figure both beautiful and terrible to behold. Arwen Evenstar, once the radiant queen of Gondor, now a shade of her former self. Her eyes, once as bright as stars, now held the weariness of countless ages. "My lady," Thorin said, bowing low, "I had heard you sailed to the Undying Lands long ago." A sad smile played across Arwen's lips. "Some bonds are too strong to be severed, even by the call of the sea. I returned when I sensed the danger to my kin." Her gaze fell upon the crystalline figures surrounding them. "But I arrived too late." As Arwen explained the nature of the curse, a plague of magic that turned living beings to crystal, Thorin felt the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders. The heart of the mountain, it seemed, was the key to breaking the spell. But to do so, they would need to journey into the heart of the Shadow Realm, a place of nightmares and lost souls. "I cannot ask you to undertake such a perilous quest," Arwen said, her voice tinged with sorrow. "You are a bard, not a warrior." Thorin straightened his back, a fire kindling in his eyes. "My lady, I may not wield an axe like my forebears, but I carry their courage in my heart. I will see this through, or fall trying, and so began a journey that would be sung of in dwarven halls and elven glades for ages to come. Thorin and Arwen set out from Elendil, the crystal city glittering behind them like a multifaceted tear upon the face of the mountain. Their path took them through lands both fair and foul. They skirted the edges of Fangorn Forest, where the trees seemed to whisper warnings in an ancient tongue. They crossed the dead marshes where ghostly faces peered up at them from stagnant waters. And always, the Shadow Realm loomed before them, a darkness that seemed to devour the very light of the stars. It was on the borders of that fell place that they encountered the third member of their unlikely fellowship, Ilaun, a human sorceress with hair like spun copper and eyes that held the green fire of ancient magic. She stood at the crossroads, her staff planted firmly in the ground, barring their path. "Turn back," she commanded, her voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "The path you seek leads only to doom." But Thorin, emboldened by the quest, and perhaps a little enamored by the fierce beauty before him, stepped forward. "We seek to break the crystal curse of Elendil. Will you bar the way of those who would save an entire people?" Elauen's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed in calculation. "The crystal curse? Then the rumors are true." She paused, conflict clear on her face. "I was banished from the realms of men for delving too deeply into forbidden magics. Perhaps this is my chance for redemption, with Elauen's arcane knowledge to guide them." The trio plunged into the heart of the Shadow Realm. It was a place of shifting realities and half-formed nightmares. Thorin found his songs of courage faltering on his lips, while Arwen's elven light seemed dim and distant. Only Elauen appeared unaffected, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and fascination. As they journeyed deeper, they faced trials that tested not just their strength and skill, but the very core of who they were. Thorin confronted shades of his ancestors, their disapproving glares cutting deeper than any blade. Arwen relived the moment she chose mortality, the anguish of leaving her people tearing at her heart anew. And Elauen faced the temptation of power absolute, whispers of dark knowledge that promised to make her the greatest sorceress in all of Middle-earth. But it was in facing these trials that they found their true strength. Thorin's music, once mere entertainment, now held the power to banish shadows and lift the spirits of his companions. Arwen's choice, a source of guilt for so long, became a wellspring of compassion that guided them through the darkest passages. And Elauen, in rejecting the lure of dark magic, discovered a pure source of power within herself. At last, they reached the heart of the Shadow Realm. There, upon a throne of darkness, sat the architect of Elendale's doom Meglin, the dark elf of ancient legend, thought long dead, but merely trapped between worlds. "Welcome," he said, his voice like the scraping of stone on stone. "Have you come to join my collection?" With a wave of his hand, crystalline statues appeared, elves, men, and dwarves from ages past, all trapped in eternal stasis. Thorin felt the heart of the mountain pulse in his hands, its light a beacon in the oppressive darkness. Arwen's hand found his shoulder, lending him strength, while Elauen raised her staff, green fire crackling at its tip. What followed was a battle, not just of strength and magic, but of will and spirit. Meglin's shadows clashed against Elauen's arcane fire. Arwen's elven grace danced through the darkness, her sword a streak of starlight. And Thorin raised his voice in a song of defiance, a melody that spoke of hope, of light, of the unbreakable bonds of friendship. As the battle reached its crescendo, Thorin realized the truth. The heart of the mountain was not just a key, but a vessel. It had been gathering the essence of their journey, their trials, their very souls. With a final, triumphant chord, he brought the stone down upon Meglin's throne. Light exploded outward, a wave of pure creation that washed away the shadows and shattered the dark elf's power. As Meglin's form dissipated like mist before the dawn, the crystalline prisoners began to crack and break, revealing the living beings within. In the aftermath, as they led the freed captives out of the Shadow Realm, Thorin looked at his companions with newfound respect and affection. Arwen, radiant once more, her purpose renewed. Elauen, her magic now a force for good, her eyes alight with the joy of redemption. And himself, no longer just a bard, but a true hero of Middle-earth. As they crested the final hill and saw Elendil in the distance, its crystal towers now alive with movement and light, Thorin knew that their adventure was not ending, but merely beginning. For in breaking the crystal curse, they had forged bonds stronger than Mithril and more enduring than the mountains themselves. And so, as the sun rose on a new day in Middle-earth, three unlikely friends, a dwarven bard, an elven queen, and a human sorceress, stood ready to face whatever challenges the future might hold. For they had learned that true magic lay not in spells or artifacts, but in the power of friendship, courage, and the unyielding light of hope. Story 4. In the heart of Middle-earth, where the shadows of Mirkwood gave way to sunlit glades, there lay a forest unlike any other. The Whispering Woods, they called it, for the trees spoke in hushed tones to those who knew how to listen. It was here, in a humble cottage nestled between ancient oaks, that young Aldwin's journey began. Aldwin was no ordinary lad. The son of a lumberjack, he had grown up with sawdust in his hair and the scent of pine sap on his skin. But beneath his calloused hands and earthly appearance lay a gift as rare as Mithril and as powerful as the rings of old. For Aldwin could hear the voices of the trees, their whispers as clear to him as the babbling of the nearby stream. On the eve of his 18th birthday, as the first stars of Elbereth twinkled in the twilight sky, Aldwin's world changed forever. A sound like thunder rolled across the land, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The trees around his cottage creaked and groaned, their voices rising in a cacophony of fear and warning. Danger comes, they whispered. The goblins march from the Misty Mountains. The balance is threatened. The Ents must awaken. Aldwin's father, Bairn, named after the great skin changer, burst through the door, his face ashen. The warning bells of Dale ring out. He gasped. An army approaches from the north. We must flee. But Aldwin stood rooted to the spot, his eyes distant as he listened to the urgent whispers of the forest. No, father, he said, his voice carrying a weight beyond his years. We cannot run. The trees speak of a task, a destiny. I must go to the heart of the woods and awaken the Ents. Bairn's face paled further. The Ents? But they are legend, my son. No one has seen them since the days of the Ring War. They sleep, father, but they are real. And now they must wake, or all will be lost. And so, with nothing but a pack of provisions, his father's old staff, and the blessings of the whispering trees, Aldwin set out into the depths of the forest. The further he ventured, the older and more gnarled the trees became. Their voices, once a gentle murmur, now rose in an urgent chorus, guiding his steps. It was on the third day of his journey that Aldwin encountered his first true test. As he crossed a sunlit glade, a massive wolf emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with an unnatural intelligence. Aldwin froze, his heart pounding like a drumbeat in his chest. But before either could move, a voice like the rustle of autumn leaves spoke from behind him. Stand down, Fangorn's Fang. This one walks with the blessing of the trees. Aldwin turned to find himself face to face with a being that seemed more tree than man. Bark-like skin, eyes as deep and green as forest pools, and a beard of moss and lichen. I am Rootbark, the creature said, last of the Entwives. And you, young one, have much to answer for. As Aldwin explained his quest, the wolf Fangorn's Fang settled at Rootbark's feet, watching with curious eyes. The Entwife listened gravely, her ancient face creasing with concern. The awakening of the Ents is no small thing, she said. It will require a sacrifice, a binding of your spirit to the forest itself. Are you prepared for such a fate? Aldwin hesitated, the weight of destiny heavy on his young shoulders. But the whispers of the trees filled his mind, reminding him of the danger that threatened not just his home, but all of Middle-earth. I am, he said, his voice firm despite his fear. Rootbark nodded solemnly. Then we have no time to waste. But you will need help on this quest. She turned to the wolf. Fangorn's Fang will guide you through the hidden paths of the forest. And there is one other who must join us, one who walks in shadow, but yearns for the light. As if summoned by Rootbark's words, a figure melted out of the darkness between the trees. An elf maiden, her once radiant beauty dimmed by sorrow and regret. I am Lyriel, she said, her voice as soft as starlight. Once a thief in the courts of the elven king, now an exile seeking redemption, together, this unlikely trio, a young human with the gift of tree speech, an ancient wife, a mysterious wolf, and an elven exile set out for the heart of the Whispering Woods. Their path was fraught with danger. They navigated through groves where reality seemed to shift and warp, crossed ravines on bridges woven from living vines, and faced creatures that had not walked in the waking world since the First Age. But it was not just external threats they faced. Each step closer to their goal seemed to weigh heavier on Aldwin's soul. The whispers of the trees grew more insistent, more seductive. They spoke of power beyond imagining, of becoming one with the very essence of the forest. Lyriel noticed his struggle. One night, as they camped beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient oak, she approached him. "I recognize the look in your eyes," she said softly. "The temptation of power, the fear of losing oneself. I felt it too once, when I held the treasures of my people in my hands." Aldwin looked at her, seeing for the first time the depth of pain and wisdom in her ageless eyes. "How did you resist?" he asked. A sad smile played across Lyriel's lips. "I didn't, and that is why I walk in exile. But you, Aldwin, you have a strength I never possessed. The trees chose you for a reason." Her words gave Aldwin courage, and as they pressed on, he felt his resolve strengthen. The whispers of power no longer tempted him. Instead, he heard in them the plea for balance, for protection. At last, after what seemed like both an eternity and no time at all, they reached the heart of the Whispering Woods. There, in a glade bathed in ethereal light, stood the eldest of the Ents. They were like mountains given life, their bark twisted and gnarled with the passage of countless years. But their eyes were closed, lost in a slumber so deep it seemed nothing could wake them. Rootbark stepped forward, her voice resonating with power. "The time has come, young Aldwin. Are you ready to bind your spirit to the forest, to become the bridge between the waking world and the dreaming Ents?" Aldwin took a deep breath, feeling the eyes of his companions upon him. He thought of his father, of his humble cottage on the edge of the woods. He thought of the advancing goblin army, of the fate that would befall Middle-earth if he failed. And he thought of the trees, their whispers now a symphony in his mind. "I am ready," he said, his voice steady and clear. What followed was a ritual as old as the forest itself. Aldwin placed his hands on the bark of the eldest Ent, feeling the slow, sluggish pulse of life beneath his fingers. Rootbark began to chant in a language that seemed to predate speech itself, her words weaving a spell of awakening. Lyriel added her voice to the ritual, her elven magic intertwining with the ancient power of the forest. And Fangorn's fang raised his muzzle to the sky, letting out a howl that echoed through the very roots of the earth. Aldwin felt the power building, coursing through him like sap through a mighty oak. The whispers of the trees reached a crescendo, and for a moment he felt as if he would be swept away, lost in the vastness of the forest's consciousness. But then he heard a new voice, not a whisper, but a deep, rumbling growl that seemed to come from the very heart of the earth. "We hear you, young one," it said. "We awaken." The eldest Ent's eyes opened, ancient and wise beyond measure. Around the glade, other Ents began to stir, shaking off centuries of slumber. The very air seemed to vibrate with their awakening, a power both terrifying and awe-inspiring. As the last echoes of the ritual faded, Aldwin found himself changed. He was still himself, still the son of a lumberjack, but he was also something more. He could feel the pulse of every tree in the forest, could sense the slow, deep thoughts of the Ents. The eldest Ent looked down at the small group before him. "You have done well, young awakener," he rumbled. "The forest is roused, and we will march against this new threat. But beware, the path you have chosen is not an easy one. You are now a guardian of the balance, a keeper of secrets older than time itself." Aldwin nodded, feeling the weight of his new role settle upon him. But as he looked at his companion's Rootbark, ancient and wise, Lyriel, her eyes now shining with hope and purpose, and Fangorn's fang, loyal and steadfast, he knew he would not face this destiny alone. And so, as the Ents began their slow march towards the edges of the Whispering Woods, Aldwin and his unlikely fellowship walked alongside them. They were the vanguard of a force as old as Middle-earth itself, protectors of a balance that had endured since the First Age. The Goblin army would find no easy conquest here, for in awakening the Ents, Alduin had not just saved his home, he had reshaped the very future of Middle-earth. And as the first light of dawn broke over the treetops, painting the world in hues of gold and green, a new chapter in the great tale of Middle-earth began. One of ancient powers reawakened, unlikely heroes rising to the call, and the enduring magic of the Whispering Woods. Story 5. In the twilight of the Fourth Age of Middle-earth, when the memories of elves had faded to legend and the deeds of heroes to myth, a shadow began to stir in the depths of the world. Whispers of an ancient evil, older than Sauron himself, crept through the lands like a chill wind, carrying with them a prophecy as old as the mountains. When darkness rises anew, 7 shards shall light the way. Scattered far by time and fate, they alone can save the day. A crown once whole, now broken, must be forged again to banish shadow, restore light, and break the chains of men. In the white city of Minas Tirith, now a sprawling metropolis of stone and light, Eranor, last of the Dine Rangers, stood atop the citadel. His weathered face, etched with the lines of countless battles, gazed out over the realm he had sworn to protect. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, as if the very world held its breath in anticipation of what was to come. As the first stars of Elbereth began to twinkle in the deepening sky, a figure emerged from the shadows of the great hall behind him. Elara, the young Hobbit scholar from the Shire, her eyes bright with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, approached the ranger. "Captain Eranor," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "the signs are clear. The prophecy speaks true. Morgoth stirs in the void, and his influence seeps back into our world." Eranor's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, Flame of the West, a blade that had been passed down through generations of his family since the days of Aragorn Elisar. "Then we have no choice," he said, his voice grim with determination. "We must find the 7 shards of the Crown of Light before it's too late." And so began a quest that would shake the very foundations of Middle-earth. Eranor and Elara set out from Minas Tirith, their first task to gather a company worthy of such a monumental undertaking. Their journey took them first to the glittering caves of Aglaran, where they sought out Gimli Stonehelm, son of Gimli, friend of Legolas. The dwarf prince, his beard now streaked with silver, but his axe arm still strong, agreed to join their cause without hesitation. In the golden woods of lawful Rein, now a realm of whispers and fading magic, they found Arwen Ebenstar II, great-granddaughter of the legendary elven queen. Though young by the reckoning of her people, her eyes held the wisdom of ages, and her bows sang with deadly accuracy. Their path led them to the wild lands of Rohan, where they encountered Kasha, a fierce Easterling warrior princess seeking to redeem her people's ancient alliance with the forces of darkness. In the bustling markets of Dale, they met Farum, a quick-witted thief with a heart of gold and fingers faster than the eye could follow. But it was in the shadowy depths of Mirkwood, now reclaimed by light and renamed Erin Lascalon, that they found the final member of their fellowship. Faladir, a renegade wizard of the Astari Order, had long dwelt in seclusion, grappling with the temptations of power that had led Saruman astray. Yet in the face of this new threat, he chose to take up his staff once more. With their company assembled, the real challenge began. Each shard of the Crown of Light presented a unique trial, testing not just their strength and skill, but the very essence of who they were. The first shard lay in the depths of the mines of Moria, now a labyrinth of darkness and forgotten terrors. As they descended into the blackness, the weight of mountains pressed down upon them, and the whispers of ancient evils echoed through abandoned halls. It was Gimli who led them through the maze of tunnels, his dwarven instincts unerring even in the oppressive dark. In a vast chamber, before a bridge spanning an endless chasm, they faced their first true test. A Balrog, thought long vanquished, rose from the depths in a maelstrom of flame and shadow. Eranor's sword blazed with ancestral fire as he met the demon's charge, while Arwen's arrows sought weak points in its fiery armor. But it was Faladir who turned the tide, summoning a tempest that swept the Balrog back into the abyss, though the effort left the wizard drained and shaken. The second shard awaited them in the icy wastes of Foracle, where the winds howled with the voices of the dead and the aurora painted the sky in eerie, shifting colors. Here, Kash's knowledge of survival in harsh climates proved invaluable as they trekked across endless fields of snow and ice. They found the shard encased in a glacier of eternal ice, guarded by the ghost of the Witch King of Angmar himself. It was Alara, small and often overlooked, who slipped past the Wraith's defenses and retrieved the shard, her courage in the face of such ancient evil surprising even herself. The third trial led them to the heart of the old forest, where Tom Bombadil once sang his merry songs. But the forest had grown wild and angry in the absence of its guardian, its trees hostile to all intruders. Arwen's elven heritage allowed her to communicate with the ancient oaks, soothing their rage and guiding the fellowship through paths hidden since the dawn of time. Deep in the forest's heart, they faced a being of pure nature, neither good nor evil, but a force of primal chaos. It was Farum, with his quick wit and silver tongue, who engaged the entity in a battle of riddles, winning not just the shard, but also a powerful ally in the struggles to come. As they journeyed on, retrieving shards from the peaks of the Misty Mountains, the depths of the Sea of Rohan, and the haunted plains of Dagorlad, the fellowship grew closer. They shared tales around campfires, laughed in the face of danger, and mourned fallen comrades. But with each victory, the shadow of Morgoth grew stronger, and the urgency of their quest more pressing. It was during their search for the final shard that tragedy struck. In the ruins of Osgiliath, once the jewel of Gondor, and now a maze of crumbling stone and dark memories, they encountered a figure from legend, the Mouth of Sauron, somehow survived through dark magic and burning with vengeance. The battle that ensued was fierce and terrible. Stone pillars crumbled under the force of spell and sword, and the very air crackled with the clash of ancient powers. In the end, they retrieved the final shard, but at a terrible cost. Gimli, brave and loyal to the last, fell defending Alara from a killing blow. As they laid their friend to rest in a tomb of stone, carved with runes of power and remembrance, the weight of their quest pressed down upon them like never before. The loss of Gimli was a harsh reminder of the stakes they faced and the price of failure. With heavy hearts but iron resolve, they made their way to the Crack of Doom in Mount Doom, where the One Ring had been unmade an age ago. It was here, in the heart of fire and shadow, that the Crown of Light had to be reforged. As Thaladir began the complex ritual to reunite the shards, waves of darkness crashed against the mountain. Morgoth's influence, now at its peak, sought to prevent the crown's restoration at all costs. Armies of ORCs and darker things clawed their way up the slopes of Mount Doom, while fell beasts circled overhead. Erenor, Kasha, and Arwen formed a defensive line at the entrance to the chamber, their weapons flashing in the hellish light of the volcano. Farum darted between enemies, his daggers finding weak points with unerring accuracy. Alara, small but determined, used her knowledge of ancient lore to bolster Thaladir's spell, her voice raised in songs of power that hadn't been heard since the First Age. As the battle raged, a terrible choice presented itself to Erenor. The crown was almost complete, but Morgoth's forces were overwhelming them. In that moment, he understood the true meaning of the prophecy. The chains of men weren't just Morgoth's influence, but the very mortality that defined them. With a heavy heart but unwavering determination, Erenor made his choice. As the last shard clicked into place, he seized the crown and placed it upon his head. Power, ancient and terrible, flooded through him. In that instant, he became more than mortal, a beacon of light to drive back the darkness. But such power came at a price. As Morgoth's armies crumbled to dust and the shadow receded from the lands of Middle-earth, Erenor felt himself fading. He had become a guardian, a force of nature, rather than a man, destined to watch over Middle-earth until the breaking of the world. As dawn broke over a land cleansed of shadow, the remaining members of the Fellowship stood in awe of what they had accomplished. Thaladir, his eyes bright with unshed tears, spoke for them all, and so passes Erenor, last of the Dí Nídain, into legend. May his sacrifice be remembered in song and story until the end of days. And so it was that Middle-earth entered a new age of peace and prosperity, guarded always by the watchful presence of its eternal protector. The tale of the 7 shards and the reforging of the crown of light became the stuff of legend, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope and courage could light the way to a brighter future. Story 6. In the heart of Mirkwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets of ages past, young Elinder found himself drawn to a clearing bathed in ethereal moonlight. The elven scout's keen eyes fell upon a sight that would forever alter the course of his life, a shimmering pool of water that seemed to dance with starlight, its surface rippling with visions of a world beyond. As Elinder approached, the pool's waters stilled, revealing a haunting image of Rivendell, the last homely house, engulfed in shadow. The young elf watched in horror as the once mighty refuge of his kin crumbled beneath an unseen force, its light extinguished like a candle in the wind. "This cannot be," Elinder whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. But as he reached out to touch the water, ancient words of power echoed through the clearing. When darkness falls and hope seems lost, 3 relics must be found at any cost: the crown of stars, the sword of dawn, and the heart of earth long withdrawn. Unite them all 'neath elven hand, or twilight claims the fairest land. The prophetic words seared themselves into Elinder's mind, and he knew in that moment that his life's purpose had been revealed. With a heavy heart and a determined spirit, the young elf set out from the safety of Mirkwood, his path now clear. Elinder's journey first led him to the misty peaks of the Misty Mountains, where whispers of the crown of stars had long lingered. As he scaled treacherous cliffs and navigated winding caverns, fate brought him face to face with Thorin Stoneheart, a dwarf exile with a chip on his shoulder and a secret in his heart. "What business does an elf have in these mountains?" Thorin growled, his hand instinctively reaching for his axe. Elinder, sensing the dwarf's mistrust, chose his words carefully. "I seek a relic of great power, one that may save not only my people, but all of Middle-earth." Thorin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition passing across his weathered features. "The crown of stars," he murmured. "My kin spoke of it in hushed tones, a treasure beyond measure." An uneasy alliance formed between elf and dwarf, their shared goal overshadowing centuries of mistrust. Together, they delved deeper into the mountain's heart, facing ancient traps and fearsome creatures that guarded the crown's resting place. It was Thorin who finally spotted the glimmer of starlight in the darkness. The crown of stars nestled atop a pedestal of pure mithril. As Elinder reached for the relic, the cavern trembled, and a voice like thunder filled the air. "Who dares disturb the slumber of ages?" From the shadows emerged a creature of legend, a stone giant, awakened from its long sleep. Elinder and Thorin fought side by side, elf and dwarf moving in perfect harmony as they battled the colossal guardian. In the end, it was Thorin's strength and Elinder's agility that won the day, and the crown of stars was secured. With one relic found, Elinder and his unlikely companion set their sights on the Sword of Dawn. Their quest led them to the edges of Fangorn Forest, where they encountered Kaliner, a wizard fallen from grace. Kaliner's robes were tattered, his staff cracked, but his eyes still held the fire of one who had glimpsed the very fabric of creation. "You seek that which should remain lost," the wizard warned, his voice a mixture of longing and fear. Elinder, sensing a kindred spirit in the troubled wizard, extended a hand of friendship. "Join us," he offered. "Help us save Rivendell and redeem yourself in the process." Kaliner hesitated, the weight of past failures heavy on his shoulders. But in the end, the chance for redemption proved too powerful to resist. The trio, now stronger for their diverse skills, pressed on into the depths of Fangorn. The forest itself seemed to resist their progress, roots reaching out to trip them, branches swinging down to bar their path. But it was Kaliner who found the key to their success, his knowledge of ancient magics allowing them to communicate with the very trees themselves. In a grove as old as time, they found the Sword of Dawn, its blade gleaming with the light of the first sunrise. But as Elinder grasped the hilt, a shadow fell over the forest. Dark riders, their faces hidden beneath hoods of deepest black, converged on the grove. "The Nazgul," Kaliner whispered, fear etched across his face. "They seek the relics for their master." What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations to come. Elinder wielded the Sword of Dawn with elven grace, its light driving back the shadows. Thorin's axe sang a dwarven war song as it cleaved through the air, while Kalander's rejuvenated magic turned the very forest against their foes. As the last of the Nazgul fled, screeching in defeat, Ilinder felt a sense of unease settle over him. The enemies they faced were growing stronger, and he feared what awaited them in their search for the final relic. The heart of Earth, it was said, lay hidden in the ruins of a kingdom long forgotten. As the trio journeyed across the plains of Rohan, they found themselves in a land ravaged by conflict. Villages lay abandoned, fields burned, and an air of despair hung heavy over the once proud realm of the Horse Lords. It was in one such ruined village that they encountered Aowen, a shield maiden of Rohan with fire in her eyes and vengeance in her heart. "ORCs," she spat, gesturing to the destruction around them. They came in the night, led by a figure cloaked in shadow. Ilinder shared a knowing look with his companions. The enemy was always one step ahead, their dark purpose mirroring the quest for the relics. With Aowen joining their ranks, the group pressed on, following whispers and legends to the edge of the known world. There, in a valley untouched by time, they found the ruins of Arnor, the lost kingdom of men, and at its heart, a chamber that pulsed with the very lifeblood of Middle-earth. The heart of Earth lay before them, a gem of impossible beauty that seemed to contain entire worlds within its facets. But they were not alone. From the shadows stepped a figure that made Alinder's blood run cold. Meglin, once a prince of Gondolin, now twisted by darkness and consumed by a lust for power. "I've waited an age for this moment," the fallen elf sneered, his voice dripping with malice. The battle that ensued shook the very foundations of the ruined kingdom. Meglin, empowered by dark magics, proved a formidable foe. It was only through the combined might of Alinder's company that they were able to hold their ground. As the fight raged on, Ilinder found himself locked in combat with Meglin, their blades clashing in a dance as old as time. "Why do you resist?" Meglin taunted. "With these relics, we could restore our people to greatness, rule over all of Middle-earth." For a moment, doubt crept into Alinder's heart. The power to shape the world lay within his grasp. But as he looked to his companions, Thorin's unwavering loyalty, Kalander's quest for redemption, Aowen's fierce determination, he knew the truth. "Our greatness lies not in power," Ilinder declared, "but in the bonds we forge and the hope we kindle in the darkest of times." With a cry that echoed through the ages, Ilinder struck, the sword of dawn finding its mark. Meglin fell, his twisted dreams of domination crumbling to dust. As the dust settled, Ilinder stood before his companions, the three relics pulsing with power in his grasp. The time had come to fulfill the prophecy and save Rivendell from its foretold doom. But as they prepared to depart, a realization struck Ilinder like a physical blow. The true threat had never been external, it lay within their very group. For in that moment, he saw the longing in Thorin's eyes as the dwarf gazed upon the crown of stars, felt the hunger for power radiating from Kalander as the wizard beheld the heart of Earth. Ilinder knew then that the final battle would not be fought with swords or spells, but with words and trust. The fate of Rivendell, and perhaps all of Middle-earth, rested not on the power of ancient relics, but on the strength of the bonds forged between the most unlikely of allies. As they set out for Rivendell, Ilinder silently vowed to see their quest through to its end, whatever the cost. For in the face of darkness, it was not power that would save them, but the light of hope kindled in the hearts of those who dared to stand together against the encroaching night. The road to Rivendell stretched before them, fraught with peril and promise in equal measure. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Ilinder allowed himself a small smile, for he knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them not as elf, dwarf, wizard, and human, but as friends united by a common purpose. And in that unity lay the true power to shape the destiny of Middle-earth. Story 7. In the peaceful rolling hills of the Shire, where the grass grew greener than emeralds and the air was sweet with the scent of pipeweed, lived a hobbit named Pippin Underhill. Unlike his kin, who were content with their simple lives of gardening and merrymaking, Pippin often found himself gazing at the distant mountains, wondering what lay beyond the borders of his cozy homeland. Little did Pippin know that fate had much grander designs for him than tending to his prized tomatoes. On a crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall from the trees, a tremor shook the very foundations of the Shire. The ground quaked, causing plates to rattle in pantries and startling even the most steadfast hobbits from their second breakfasts. Pippin, who had been out for his morning walk, watched in awe as a flock of birds took to the sky in a panic, their wings beating furiously against the wind. In the distance, beyond the rolling hills and peaceful forests, a plume of smoke rose from the Misty Mountains, dark and ominous against the clear blue sky. As whispers and rumors spread through the Shire like wildfire, an old wizard named Gandalf the Grey arrived, his face etched with lines of worry. "The ancient dragon Fafnir has awakened," he announced to the gathered hobbits, his voice grave. "And I fear all of Middle-earth is in grave danger." Pippin felt a chill run down his spine as Gandalf's eyes met his. "Pippin Underhill," the wizard called, "a great destiny awaits you. You must journey to find the legendary Sword of Arundel, the only weapon capable of slaying the dragon and saving our world." The hobbit's heart raced, a mixture of fear and excitement coursing through his veins. But I'm just a simple hobbit," Pippin protested weakly. "I know nothing of adventures or dragon slaying." Gandalf's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. "It is not the size of the hobbit in the fight, but the size of the fight in the hobbit that matters," he said with a wink. "Besides, you won't be alone, and so," with a pack hastily filled with provisions and a few extra seed cakes for good measure, Pippin set out on a journey that would take him far beyond the borders of the Shire. Accompanying him was a ragtag group of unlikely heroes: Thorin Oakenshield, a gruff dwarf warrior with a heart of gold; Arwen Evenstar, an elven princess as deadly with a bow as she was beautiful; and Boromir of Gondor, a proud human soldier seeking redemption for past failures. Their path took them through the ancient forest of Fangorn, where the very trees seemed to whisper secrets of ages past. Pippin marveled at the towering Ents, tree shepherds who moved with the slow patience of the earth itself. It was here, in a grove bathed in ethereal light, that Pippin first felt a stirring of something different within himself. As they made camp for the night, Pippin found himself unable to sleep. He wandered to the edge of a babbling brook, its waters glinting silver in the moonlight. As he gazed at his reflection, he noticed a faint glow emanating from his hands. With a startled yelp, he stumbled backward, watching in amazement as sparks of golden light danced between his fingers. "It seems the blood of the Falahides runs strong in you, young Pippin," came Gandalf's voice from behind him. The wizard's eyes gleamed with approval. "The old magic of the hobbits, long dormant, has awakened in your hour of need." Over the following days, as they journeyed through treacherous mountain passes and across wind-swept plains, Pippin struggled to come to terms with his newfound abilities. Under Gandalf's guidance, he learned to conjure small illusions, to heal minor wounds, and even to communicate with the plants and animals around them. Their quest led them to the ruins of Fernost, once the mighty capital of the Kingdom of Arnor. As they picked their way through crumbling stone archways and overgrown courtyards, the weight of history pressed down upon them. It was here, legend said, that the Sword of Arundel had last been seen, wielded by the King of Arnor in a desperate battle against the forces of darkness. Deep within the heart of the ruins, they found a chamber untouched by the ravages of time. At its center stood a pedestal of pure white marble, and upon it lay a sword that seemed to glow with an inner light. As Pippin approached, drawn by an inexplicable pull, the sword's glow intensified, bathing the chamber in radiance. But their moment of triumph was short-lived. A bone-chilling roar echoed through the ruins, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. Fafnir, it seemed, had sensed the awakening of the sword that threatened his existence. The following days were a blur of frantic travel and narrow escapes. Fafnir's massive shadow passed overhead more than once, his fiery breath scorching the earth where they had stood moments before. Pippin's newfound magic proved invaluable, allowing him to conceal their presence and misdirect the dragon's keen senses. As they neared the lonely mountain where Fafnir had made his lair, dissension grew within the group. Boromir, tempted by the power of the sword, argued that they should use it to defend Gondor instead. Thorin's thoughts turned to reclaiming his people's lost homeland. Even Arwen seemed torn, wondering if the sword's power could be used to preserve the fading realms of the elves. It fell to Pippin, the unlikely hero of their tale, to remind them of their true purpose. We didn't come all this way, face all these dangers, just to squabble amongst ourselves, he said, his voice firm despite his small stature. This isn't about any one race or kingdom. It's about saving all of Middle-earth. His words, simple yet profound, cut through the tension like a knife. United once more, they formulated a plan to confront Fafnir. The final battle was a sight to behold. Thorin and Boromir engaged the dragon directly, their weapons little more than distractions against Fafnir's armored hide. Arwen's arrows found the weak spots between scales, while Gandalf's magic shielded them from the worst of the dragon's fiery breath. And at the center of it all was Pippin, wielding the sword of Arundel with a grace that belied his lack of training. His hobbit magic flowed through the blade, enhancing its legendary power. With each strike, Fafnir's defenses weakened until at last, Pippin saw his opening. With a cry that echoed across the mountainside, Pippin leaped, driving the sword deep into Fafnir's chest. There was a blinding flash of light, a deafening roar, and then silence. As the dust settled, Pippin found himself standing over the fallen form of Fafnir, the once mighty dragon now still and lifeless. The sword of Arundel crumbled to stardust in his hands, its purpose fulfilled. In the days that followed, as word of their victory spread across Middle-earth, Pippin found himself hailed as a hero. Kings and queens sought his counsel, and songs were sung of his bravery in every tavern from the Shire to the sea. But for Pippin, the greatest reward was the journey itself. He had discovered strengths he never knew he possessed, forged friendships that would last a lifetime, and seen wonders beyond his wildest dreams. As he finally returned to the Shire, greeted by cheering crowds of his fellow hobbits, Pippin knew that he was not the same hobbit who had left on that autumn morning so long ago. He had faced his fears, embraced his destiny, and in doing so, had helped save all of Middle-earth. That night, as he sat in his cozy hobbit hole, enjoying a well-deserved pipe of old Toby, Pippin gazed out his window at the stars twinkling in the night sky. He smiled, knowing that while his great adventure had come to an end, the magic he had discovered within himself was just the beginning. For in the heart of even the smallest hobbit, there lies the potential for greatness, waiting only for the courage to answer adventure's call. Story 8. In the golden halls of Meduseld, where the banners of Rohan snapped proudly in the wind, Captain Aldard stood tall and proud. His armor gleamed in the firelight, each piece a testament to the valor of the Rohirrim. But beneath the polished steel and confident stance, a shadow lurked in Aldard's heart, one that would soon threaten everything he held dear. As the celebration of Midsummer's Eve reached its peak, with mead flowing freely and songs of ancient heroes filling the air, Aldard felt a chill run down his spine. The torches flickered, casting eerie shadows across the carved pillars of the great hall. And there, in the darkest corner, he saw her, a figure that seemed woven from shadow and starlight. The witch's eyes met his, and in that moment, Aldard knew his fate was sealed. Her lips moved, uttering words in a tongue long forgotten by the race of men. The captain felt a searing pain in his chest, as if molten iron had been poured into his very soul. For your pride and arrogance, the witch's voice echoed in his mind. You shall become that which you most despise. Only through humility and sacrifice can you hope to break this curse. As quickly as she had appeared, the witch vanished, leaving Aldard trembling and gasping for breath. The revelry continued around him, oblivious to the doom that had just been pronounced. In the days that followed, Aldard tried to dismiss the encounter as a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by too much mead. But as the summer days grew shorter and the first chill of autumn crept across the plains of Rohan, he could no longer deny the changes taking place within him. It began with whispers in the dark, voices that spoke of power and dominion. Aldard's dreams were plagued by visions of a great lidless eye wreathed in flame. He would wake in a cold sweat, his heart racing, the taste of ash in his mouth. As the weeks passed, physical changes manifested. His skin grew pale and cold to the touch. Food lost its taste, and he found himself shunning the light of day. But worst of all was the hunger and gnawing, insatiable desire for something he couldn't name. It was Owen, shield maiden of Rohan and Aldred's childhood friend, who first recognized the true nature of his affliction. "The witch's curse," she whispered, her eyes wide with horror. "It's turning you into one of the Nazgul." The revelation struck Aldred like a physical blow. The Nazgul, the dreaded ringwraiths, servants of the Dark Lord Sauron. To become such a creature was a fate worse than death. Desperate to break the curse before it was too late, Aldred set out on a perilous quest. Ancient legends spoke of an elven artifact hidden in the ruins of Osgiliath, a gem said to possess the power to cleanse even the darkest corruption. His journey took him across the vast expanse of Rohan, where the very grass seemed to whisper secrets on the wind. As he traveled, Aldred found his senses becoming sharper, more attuned to the unseen world around him. But with each passing day, he could feel his humanity slipping away, replaced by a cold, calculating intelligence that viewed the world only in terms of power and domination. It was on the borders of Fangorn Forest that fate intervened. As Aldred made camp for the night, a figure emerged from the ancient trees in ORC, but unlike any he had ever seen. This ORC stood tall and proud, his green skin unmarred by the scars and deformities that typically marked his kind. "I am Grishnak," the ORC announced, his voice surprisingly cultured. "And I know the burden you bear, son of Rohan, for I too seek redemption for the sins of my past." Aldred's first instinct was to reach for his sword, but something in Grishnak's eyes gave him pause. Here was a kindred spirit, someone who understood the struggle against darkness. An unlikely alliance was forged that night, as man and ORC shared their stories beneath the watchful boughs of Fangorn. Grishnak, it transpired, had once been a captain in Sauron's army, but had fled in disgust at the atrocities he was forced to commit. Now he sought to make amends, to prove that even an ORC could choose the path of light. Together, Aldred and Grishnak continued the journey to Osgiliath. Their path took them through lands haunted by ancient magic and creatures of legend. They battled wargs in the shadow of the Misty Mountains, outwitted trolls in the depths of the Etten Moors, and navigated the treacherous dead marshes where ghostly lights danced above the stagnant waters. With each challenge overcome, Aldred felt the bonds of friendship growing stronger between himself and Grishnak. The ORC's unwavering loyalty and surprising wisdom became a beacon of hope in Aldred's darkening world. But as they neared their destination, the curse's grip on Aldred tightened. His moments of lucidity grew fewer and further between, replaced by periods of cold, ruthless calculation. More than once, Grishnak was forced to physically restrain him as the call of the Nazgul grew stronger. At last, they reached the ruins of Osgiliath, once the jewel of Gondor, now a crumbling testament to the ravages of time and war. As they picked their way through collapsed archways and overgrown courtyards, both man and ORC felt the weight of history pressing down upon them. In the heart of the city, beneath the shattered dome of what had once been a great library, they found what they sought. The elven gem, no larger than a robin's egg, pulsed with an inner light that seemed to push back the encroaching shadows. But as Aldred reached for the artifact, a piercing shriek split the air. The Nazgul had found them. What followed was a battle that would be sung of in the halls of both men and ORCs for generations to come. Aldred, drawing on the last reserves of his humanity, wielded his sword with all the skill and valor of the Rohirrim. Grishnak fought with the ferocity of his people, his crude Orcish blade a blur of motion. Together, they held off the ringwraiths long enough for Aldred to grasp the elven gem. As his fingers closed around the smooth stone, he felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced. Light erupted from his body, driving back the Nazgul with howls of pain and rage. In that moment of clarity, Aldred saw the truth of the witch's words. His pride and arrogance had indeed been his downfall, but it was through friendship with one he would once have considered an enemy that he had found redemption. With a cry that echoed across the ruins of Osgiliath, Aldred raised the gem high. Its light intensified, becoming a beacon that could be seen for miles around. The Nazgul retreated, their unearthly shrieks fading into the distance. As the light faded, Aldred fell to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. He could feel the curse's hold on him weakening, the whispers of darkness receding from his mind. Grishnak knelt beside him, a look of concern on his scarred face. "Is it done?" the ORC asked. "Are you free?" Eldred nodded, tears of relief and gratitude streaming down his face. "Thanks to you, my friend," he said, clasping Grishnak's shoulder. "You have shown me that true strength lies not in power or dominion, but in the bonds we forge with others." As they made their way back to Rohan, Eldred and Grishnak knew that their journey had changed them both forever. The captain of the Rohirrim had learned humility and the power of friendship, while the ORC had proven that even those born in darkness could choose to walk in the light. And so, as they crested the final hill and saw the golden hall of Mediseld shining in the distance, both man and ORC felt a sense of hope for the future. For they had proven that even in the darkest of times, when all seemed lost, the light of friendship and courage could overcome any evil. In the years that followed, songs would be sung of the unlikely heroes who had faced down the Nazgul and emerged victorious. And in the great hall of Mediseld, where once only the deeds of men were celebrated, a place of honor was reserved for Grishnak, the ORC who had helped save Rohan's greatest captain from a fate worse than death. For in their journey, Eldred and Grishnak had not only broken a curse, but had forged a bond that transcended the ancient enmities between their peoples, a testament to the power of redemption and the enduring strength of true friendship.